The universe is not waiting for an answer. It is resting after one. Not because no one ever spoke, not because no signal was sent, but because everything that needed to be said has already been heard. Long time, we have stared into the dark sky with the same quiet assumption that silence means absence, that the vast emptiness above us is empty because no one is there. No civilizations, no voices, no reply. What if that assumption is the mistake that has followed us for generations? What if the silence of the universe is not a failure of communication, but the final state of communication itself? Close your eyes for a moment and imagine a room, not an abandoned room, not a broken one, but a room after a very long meeting. The chairs are still warm. The air still carries traces of breath and sound. The table is covered with notes that no one needs to read anymore. Everyone has already left, not in a hurry, not in panic, but calmly, because the discussion reached its natural end. One is speaking now, not because nothing happened, but because everything already did. This is the kind of silence we might be mistaking for emptiness. Asked a question that sounds simple, almost innocent. If the universe is so vast, so old, so full of galaxies and stars, then where is everyone? Do we see no megastructures? Why do we hear no radio transmissions? Why does the cosmic background remain so still? The question has a name, and it has haunted astronomy like an unfinished sentence. But perhaps the sentence was finished long ago, and we arrived only in time to hear the echo fade. We built antennas that listen day and night. We scan frequencies that stretch across unimaginable distances. We search patiently, methodically, almost desperately. And again, we receive the same answer. Nothing. At first, silence feels like rejection, like being ignored, like calling out into the dark and realizing no one is listening. Silence can also mean something else entirely. In physics, silence is rarely nothing. A system at rest is not empty, it is stable. It has reached a configuration where no energy needs to move, no signal needs to propagate, no correction needs to be made. It stops not because something failed, but because balance was achieved. What if communication works the same way? Do not vanish violently or mysteriously, but gradually become quieter, not weaker, but complete. Imagine a civilization that has solved its uncertainties. It understands its environment. It understands itself. It no longer needs to announce its presence, because presence has already been integrated into everything around it. Noise is a symptom of incompletion. Signals are signs of questions still being asked. And silence. Silence may be the sound of questions that no longer exist. This is where the familiar story begins to fracture. Must expand outward, broadcast itself, leave marks, build monuments visible across the stars. We assume progress is loud. Human progress is loud because human uncertainty is loud. We talk to fill gaps. We signal to reduce fear. We announce ourselves because we are not yet sure that we belong. A truly mature system might do the opposite. Minimize interference, fold inward instead of outward, become indistinguishable from the environment it has already mastered. The outside, such a civilization would look exactly like nothing. No beacons, no megastructures, no cosmic signatures screaming, "We are here." Just silence. First uncomfortable turn. If silence is not absence, then our search strategy has been inverted from the beginning. We are not too early. We may be too late. To the conversation, late to the broadcast, late to the era when the universe was loud. because the universe was not always this quiet. Everything interacted violently. Particles collided, radiation filled space. Matter screamed its existence into being. Over time, interaction slowed, structures stabilized, energy spread thinner and thinner. The universe learned how to be still. Not emptiness, it is the result of everything settling into place. What does that make us? Deeper than the first. If silence is the stable state, then life may not be the goal of the universe at all. Life may be a disturbance, temporary fluctuation, a ripple in an otherwise calm surface. Living systems consume energy gradients. They accelerate entropy locally. They create complexity only because imbalance exists. Imbalance disappears, so does the need for life. This does not mean life is meaningless. It means life is transitional. A phase, not a destination. As wherever conditions allow, they may question, explore, communicate, broadcast, but once their questions are resolved, once their uncertainties are absorbed into a larger equilibrium, they may naturally fall silent. Dead, not destroyed, but finished. And that brings us to the most unsettling possibility of all. We may be listening to the aftermath. The universe could be full of places where communication succeeded so completely that nothing needs to be said anymore. We interpret as loneliness may actually be completion. And if that is true, then our own signals, our radio waves, our messages, our attempts to announce ourselves say less about the universe and more about us. Reveal where we are in the process. Still uncertain, still loud, still early. Before this quiet begins to deepen, let me pause here for just a moment. Listening to Whispers of the Universe. If this stillness resonates with you, if you feel drawn to these quiet questions, then take a second to support this space. Like the video, share it with someone who listens at night, and subscribe to keep this channel alive. Even the smallest signal matters here. Because in a universe this silent, every echo counts. Now let us return to the quiet. Tend towards silence, then the absence of signals is not a mystery to be solved, it is a pattern to be recognized. Of how children behave compared to adults. Children talk constantly. They ask endless questions. They narrate their own existence. Adults, when they understand, speak less. Maturity is quieter than curiosity. Follows the same arc. The civilizations we hope to find loud, energetic, eager to announce themselves, may only exist during a narrow window of time, a brief moment when uncertainty is still high and silence has not yet become comfortable. Window may be incredibly small compared to the age of the universe. We might be searching for a phase that passes quickly, using instruments designed to listen forever. And this reframes everything. Where is everyone? The question becomes, what comes after everyone stops talking? More importantly, still talking. Our telescopes show us galaxies as they were millions or billions of years ago. When we look outward, we are not looking across space, we are looking backward in time. Signals were sent during the loud phases of cosmic history. They may have already passed through our region of space long before we ever learned how to listen. Not surrounded by silence. We are surrounded by signals that have already moved on. What remains is the long, extended quiet after the message. An echo without a source. Behave differently from voices. They stretch, they distort, they fade. back to an echo. You can only hear it and wonder who spoke first. That is our position in the universe. Then we are not participants in the main dialogue. We are listeners arriving at the end. Perhaps that is why this realization feels heavy, why it feels like the kind of thought that makes the body want to rest. Because there is a strange comfort in knowing that nothing is expected of you anymore. No reply required, no answer demanded. Silence that is not empty, but complete. That silence stretches longer, calmer, deeper. One question begins to surface, almost without effort. Speaking, what are we still hoping to hear? The question sounds simple when we first hear it. So old, so crowded with stars and galaxies, then where is everyone? Feels like a reasonable question, almost an obvious one, the kind of question that naturally follows curiosity, optimism, and a quiet faith that intelligence should repeat itself. Life happened here, why not elsewhere? If we can think, why wouldn't others think too? If we can speak, why wouldn't the universe answer back? The question has echoed through science for decades, wrapped in equations, probability models, and late-night conversations between astronomers. It has a name now, carefully polished and often repeated, as if naming it makes it less unsettling. Before it had a name, it had a feeling. A sense that the universe should be noisy. Buzzing with transmissions, signals crossing paths, civilizations announcing their existence like lights turning on across a dark city. Yet, when we listen, there is nothing. Interpreted as a problem. Intelligent life should be common, then silence must mean something went wrong. Perhaps life is rare. Perhaps civilizations destroy themselves. Perhaps the distances are too great, the timing too unlucky. All of these explanations share one quiet assumption: that the universe is silent because something failed. Result of absence, extinction, or limitation. What if this entire framework is tilted the wrong way? What if silence is not the outcome of failure, but the outcome of success? To understand why this reversal matters, we need to look carefully at how the question itself is constructed. Where is everyone? Assumes that everyone should still be visible, still transmitting, still occupying the same phase of existence that we are currently in. Assumes that intelligence, once it appears, remains noisy forever. But nothing else in the universe behaves that way. Shining at their brightest and stay there indefinitely. They ignite, evolve, stabilize, and eventually quiet down. Galaxies collide violently in their youth, then settle into long periods of calm rotation. Even chaos in physics is often a temporary condition, a transition between two stable states. Why would intelligence be different? Is a process rather than a destination, then it too may have phases, a beginning, a middle, and an end that does not look like destruction, but like stillness. In its early stages, intelligence asks questions. It probes. It sends signals outward, testing the boundaries of its environment. Communication is not optional at this stage. It is necessary. Signals reduce uncertainty. Messages help coordinate. Noise is how a system learns where it begins and where it ends. This is where we are now. As we do not yet know who we are in relation to the universe, we send messages because we are still measuring ourselves against the unknown. Radios are not instruments of confidence. They are instruments of doubt. But what happens when doubt is resolved? Systems evolve toward states that require the least effort to maintain. Energy flows until gradients flatten. Motion slows when equilibrium is reached. Stable system is quiet not because it lacks activity, but because its activity no longer needs to announce itself. Intelligence follows similar principles, then communication may be a temporary necessity, not a permanent feature. Civilization that has fully mapped its environment, resolved its internal conflicts, and integrated itself into the fabric of its surroundings may no longer need to signal outward because it disappeared, but because there is nothing left to ask. At that point, broadcasting becomes redundant. And this is where the familiar question fractures again. Tend towards silence, then the window during which they are detectable may be extremely narrow. A phase between ignorance and completion. A moment when curiosity is still louder than understanding. That moment may last thousands of years, or millions, or only a cosmic blink compared to the age of the universe. Searching for that moment across billions of years and trillions of stars. The odds are not in our favor. It is not statistical. It is conceptual. Voices, when the universe may have already moved past speaking. Imagine walking into a library long after it is closed. The books are still there. The knowledge remains intact, but no one is speaking. Stood in that silence and asked, "Why is no one talking?" You would be asking the wrong question. Conversation did not fail. It concluded. This inversion transforms the silence from an anomaly into a pattern. Silence is no longer something that demands explanation. It becomes the expected state of a mature universe. And suddenly, the absence of signals is not surprising at all. Is that we are still sending them. Search programs scan the sky as if we arrived early, as if we are waiting for someone to show up. What if we arrived late? Late to the broadcasts, late to the phase when civilizations were still asking who else was out there. The universe we inhabit today is old, almost unimaginably old. Most of its stars formed billions of years before our planet existed. If intelligence arose elsewhere, it likely did so long before we learned how to listen. Civilizations may have had entire histories, rises, expansions, integrations, before Earth even cooled. Signals would have passed through our region of space long ago, continuing outward, thinning, fading, stretching into noise indistinguishable from the cosmic background. Not surrounded by silence, because nothing was ever said. We are surrounded by silence because everything that was said has already moved on. And here is where the idea becomes heavier. First, after its conversations have ended, then our role is not what we imagined. We're not explorers arriving at the beginning of a great exchange. We are listeners arriving at the end, hearing echoes instead of voices. They feel like communication, but they do not respond. They repeat without intention. They carry form without presence. Measure an echo, you can analyze it, but you cannot ask it a question. This may explain why the universe feels indifferent. Just finished. Encounter does not push back. It does not engage. It simply remains. The longer we listen, the clearer it becomes that this silence is not fragile. It is deep, structured, persistent, and to settle. If that is the case, then the question, "Where is everyone?" dissolves into something quieter and more unsettling. Where did they go? But how long ago did they finish? And that leads us to a realization that is difficult to hold on to without feeling a subtle shift inside. We may be one of the last systems in the universe still asking, still broadcasting, still narrating our own existence, still hoping for an answer that fits the story we want to believe. Our noise may not be a sign of importance. It may be a sign of immaturity. And immaturity is not an insult, it is a phase. But phases end. Naturally evolves toward quiet integration, then the fate of every questioning civilization may not be extinction, but silence. Silence so complete that, from the outside, it becomes indistinguishable from non-existence. Because nothing is there, but because nothing needs to be said. As this thought settles, another question begins to rise slower, heavier, harder to ignore. If silence is the final state, we are still searching for sound. And more importantly, no longer feel the need to ask. Silence does not arrive suddenly. It is not a collapse. It does not announce itself. Silence is what remains when motion has finished deciding where it needs to go. We tend to imagine the universe as something restless, expanding, colliding, exploding, and in its youth, it truly was. Age changes the nature of activity. Young systems are loud because they are unfinished. They exchange energy aggressively. They overshoot, correct? Overshoot again. Old systems do something else. In physics, there is a quiet idea that rarely feels poetic, yet governs almost everything. A system evolves toward its most stable configuration, not because it wants to, but because instability costs energy. Energy always seeks the path that requires the least effort to maintain. This is not preference, it is inevitability. Then it finds its axis, then it becomes still, not frozen, not dead, but balanced. The universe behaves the same way. Nothing was stable. Particles collided without structure. Forces competed. Everything interacted with everything else. Noise was unavoidable. Patterns emerged. Atoms formed. Stars ignited. Galaxies organized themselves into vast, rotating systems. Each step reduced uncertainty. Constant correction. Each step moved the universe closer to a state where nothing had to shout anymore. Silence, in this sense, is not the absence of activity. It is activity that no longer produces disturbance. A perfectly balanced system does not transmit signals because it has nothing to adjust. This is what physicists mean when they speak of equilibrium. Now consider intelligence inside such a universe. We like to think of intelligence as inherently expressive, curious, communicative, always reaching outward. That is not intelligence in its final form. Phase. The learning system must generate signals. It must test hypotheses. It must interact loudly with its environment to reduce uncertainty. Noise is how learning happens. Once predictions become accurate, once the system no longer encounters surprises, the need for noise disappears. Instantly announce the temperature. It adjusts silently once it understands the system it regulates. The brain does not consciously process every sensation once patterns are familiar. Most of its work fades into the background. Efficiency increases, visibility decreases. Silence is not ignorance, it is mastery. In a way that feels almost unsettling. Advanced intelligence tends toward minimal disturbance, then silence, may be the most reliable indicator of success, not failure. A universe filled with shouting civilizations would be a universe still learning how to exist. A quiet universe may be one that already has. Drop in expectation. Silence equals stability, then searching for noise may be equivalent to searching for instability. Not scanning the sky for neighbors, we are scanning it for unfinished systems. For civilizations still in their awkward phase, still broadcasting, still unsure. That phase may be rare, not because intelligence is rare, but because it does not last long. A civilization does not need to self-destruct to disappear from detection. It only needs to become efficient. Efficiency erases signatures. Technology has evolved. Early machines were massive, loud, wasteful. They leaked energy in every direction. Modern systems are smaller, quieter, more integrated. The most advanced technologies today are often invisible. Powerful processes run silently in data centers, buried beneath layers of abstraction. This correlates with inefficiency, maturity. Now extend this pattern across cosmic time. Long enough will not build brighter beacons. It will reduce them. It will not spread outward indiscriminately. It will integrate inward carefully. Not because it fears detection, but because detection becomes unnecessary. And here the idea twists again. Natural resting state of intelligence. Then the universe is not hostile to life. It is indifferent to noise. Because the universe rejects it, life becomes quiet because noise is no longer useful. Leads to a deeper, colder realization. Silence is not a transition phase. In thermodynamics, systems evolve toward states of maximum entropy, not disorder, but uniformity. Energy spreads out until no gradients remain. At that point, nothing flows. Nothing needs to communicate. Nothing exists. It means everything has equalized. Participates in this process. If it is subject to the same physical laws, then its long-term behavior cannot escape this trajectory. Communication accelerates entropy. It consumes gradients. It reduces differences. Once those differences are gone, communication ends. Not abruptly, gradually. Civilization by civilization. The exception, but the rule. Now, pause for a moment and notice how this thought changes the emotional tone of the universe. The silence above us stops feeling like abandonment. It stops feeling like cosmic loneliness. It begins to feel like closure. Shoreline, long after the tide has settled. And that is a very different kind of quiet. It is resolved. Own position harder to ignore. We are loud. Energy. We broadcast emotions, data, identities, intentions. Planet is surrounded by a thin shell of artificial noise expanding outward at the speed of light. Every year, that shell grows larger, diluting to background static. Our noise will not last. For millions of years, our early broadcasts will become indistinguishable from cosmic radiation. Merge with silence. But because silence absorbs everything eventually, is the part where the thought tightens. Then life may not be the purpose of the universe. Life may be a mechanism accelerating the universe toward equilibrium. Trapping systems create complexity to burn gradients faster. They rearrange matter. They speed up processes that would otherwise take much longer. Is not calm, making calm inevitable. Once gradients are flattened, once differences disappear, and unnecessary processes fade. In the dramatic sense, it is obsolescence. Destroy life. It outgrows it. And if that is true, then civilizations are not erased by catastrophe alone. They are absorbed by silence. Their need to communicate evaporates, become indistinguishable from the stable background they helped create. From the outside, this looks exactly like nothing. No trace. Just a universe that has already finished doing what it needed to do. Which brings us back to the quiet sky we observe. Perhaps it is resting. It's something that calls attention to itself. As this idea settles, another inversion emerges, quieter, but more personal. If silence is the stable state of the universe, then our own restlessness stands out sharply. Our need to speak, to search, to announce, they are signs of incompletion. To be noisy, still unresolved enough to ask, to care whether someone answers. And that may be the most honest signal we have ever sent. Not a declaration of presence, confession. As this realization drifts through the mind, it naturally pulls another question into focus. One that does not arrive with urgency, but with weight. Silence is stability, and stability is the end of the process. Then what exactly is life doing in the middle? Temporary. The universe does not rush to answer. Effortlessly quiet. And in that quiet, something else begins to emerge. It interrupts. Something that was once predictable becomes unstable. Energy that once flowed smoothly begins to circulate in loops. Matter that once drifted passively starts organizing itself into patterns that resist decay. Life is not calm. It refuses to settle. For a long time, we have spoken about life as if it were the universe's great achievement. A rare jewel, a miracle carved out of indifferent physics. From another angle, one that feels colder, quieter, life looks less like a destination and more like a side effect. In thermodynamics, systems do not strive for beauty or meaning. They move toward equilibrium. They flatten gradients. They erase differences. The direction everything points toward, whether it is a gas filling a room or a star burning through its fuel. Life appears only where gradients exist, temperature differences, chemical imbalances, energy waiting to flow. Systems do not create these gradients, they exploit them. They accelerate what would happen anyway. Without life, but with life, that flow becomes faster, more intricate, more consuming. Roots crack rock, bacteria rewrite chemistry, ecosystems rearrange entire landscapes. Life is not peaceful, it is efficient. Life is not the universe resisting entropy, it is entropy finding a shortcut. As the first fast drop toward equilibrium, then it is not sacred in the cosmic sense, it is functional. Valuable locally, meaningful internally. Thought lands uncomfortably because it contradicts how we experience ourselves. We feel central, intentional, necessary. The laws governing us do not recognize intention. They recognize flow. Exceptionally good at making energy flow. The early Earth was not alive. It was active, volcanic, chemically rich, chaotic. Life emerged not to stop that chaos, but to channel it. Energy gradients began to collapse faster. Sunlight was captured. Chemistry reorganized. Complexity increased, but only because it sped up dissipation. Life did not oppose the universe's direction. It aligned with it. This is the first lift, subtle, unsettling. But it may not be the point either. It may be a phase the universe passes through when conditions allow it to move more efficiently towards stillness. Temporary engine. And like all catalysts, it is only needed for a while. The catalyst becomes irrelevant. The idea becomes heavier when extended beyond biology. Civilizations are not separate from life. They are life with memory. They are life that learned how to store patterns, transmit them, and act on them collectively. Technology does not escape thermodynamics. It intensifies it. Cities burn energy faster than forests. Networks move information faster than genes. Civilizations collapse gradients at unprecedented scales. This angle, intelligence is not a rebellion against physics. It is physics accelerating itself. Communication, in particular, is costly. It consumes energy to transmit information across space. It reduces uncertainty, which is another way of saying it flattens informational gradients. Every message is a small act of equalization. When two systems exchange information, they become more similar, less distinct, closer to equilibrium. What happens when there is nothing left to equalize? That made communication useful are gone. Comes the twist, slow but sharp, and stops being beneficial. Because it is forbidden, not because it is dangerous, but because it no longer does anything. The system gains nothing by speaking, and so it doesn't. Then is not imposed. It is chosen by the logic of efficiency. It reframes the absence of cosmic signals in a way that feels almost cruel in its simplicity. Civilizations may not vanish in fire. They may not collapse in war. They may not upload themselves into some unreachable realm. They simply quiet down. Their internal uncertainties resolve. Their need to coordinate externally dissolves. Become locally complete. This looks identical to extinction. It is not extinction. And irrelevance leaves no trace. Empty. Not because nothing ever happened there, but because everything that happened there no longer needs to announce itself. We are used to thinking of noise as a sign of life, movement, activity. But in nature, noise is often a sign of inefficiency. Because energy is being lost chaotically. A turbine hums more quietly as it becomes more efficient. A perfectly balanced system would make no sound at all. The universe may be the quietest machine ever built, and life may be one of its loud, temporary components. Texture of existence. Life is a disturbance, then its disappearance is not tragic in the cosmic sense. It is expected. Stars do not mourn when they burn out. Rivers do not grieve when they reach the sea. Process is complete. Exists only inside the process. only from the perspective of the disturbance itself. This is why the idea feels heavy instead of abstract. By nature, then meaning cannot be guaranteed externally, cannot be assigned by the universe, or not at all. This is where the second drop comes, deeper than the first. If civilizations tend toward silence as they mature, then searching for signals is not just statistically difficult. It may be philosophically misguided. For disturbances that are designed to disappear. We're listening for systems in transition, not systems at rest. And transitions do not last long. This could be full of life that has already passed through its noisy phase. Life that did not die but finished. Moved every sign we would know how to recognize. Realization has a strange effect. Older than we imagined, not just in years, but in experience. If we are walking into a story after its climax, surrounded by resolved arcs and concluded conflicts, we are still asking what happens next. Feel oddly out of place. A pocket of noise in a field of calm. Not yet learned how to settle. It does not make us unimportant. And brief things tend to speak loudly, because they know, even if they cannot articulate it, that time is limited. Life speaks because it must, because it is burning through gradients while they still exist. Silence waits because it can. It seems, has learned how to wait very well. Its perspective stretches across time. Another thought drifts into view, quieter, but more personal. Life is a disturbance, and disturbances fade. Then what does it mean that consciousness feels so urgent? Arrive with such intensity, such insistence, such need to be acknowledged. Perhaps consciousness itself is another kind of noise. A temporary amplification before the signal disappears. Our awareness is not meant to last forever. It's meant to be experienced while it exists. The universe does not ask it to justify itself. Briefly, as this idea settles, the silence above us no longer feels empty. It feels patient, has a direction. Not toward creation, but toward completion. Form is no longer about others, about us. Moving toward silence, where exactly are we along that curve? How loud is too loud before the universe gently stops listening? There is a moment in every developing system when expression feels urgent. It must announce itself, define its boundaries, make its presence known. This is true for children learning to speak, for nations forming identities, for technologies in their earliest stages. Noise is how existence proves itself real. Civilizations are no different. Civilizations broadcast. They build towers, launch signals, carve marks into their surroundings. They reach outward, not because someone is listening, but because they are not yet sure they exist without being heard. Communication at this stage is not about exchange. It is about reassurance. We send messages to confirm that we are here. We speak to verify that we matter. From this perspective, the earliest phase of intelligence is necessarily loud. Not aggressive, not arrogant. But youth does not last. Need to announce oneself forever. There is a quiet assumption embedded deep inside our expectations about extraterrestrial intelligence. We assume that any sufficiently advanced civilization will naturally want to communicate, that it will leave signatures, that it will broadcast its existence across the stars. The assumption feels intuitive because it mirrors us, a law of nature. It's a reflection of where we are in the process. Civilizations might choose silence not as a tactic, but as an outcome. We need to examine what communication actually costs. Every signal consumes energy. Every broadcast alters the environment. Every emission creates imbalance somewhere else. Noise is not free. Afford to be inefficient. They burn energy extravagantly because gradients are still large. Resources feel abundant. The future feels distant. As systems mature, inefficiency becomes visible. Energy that leaks outward cannot be recovered. Information that escapes cannot be unlearned. Disturbance accumulates. At some point, optimization begins. It moves toward reduction. Less waste, less interference, less output that does not directly serve function. A mature civilization does not ask, how loudly can we speak? It asks, how little do we need to? This is where the first sharp inversion appears. Of advancement, it is a sign of excess. The more advanced a system becomes, the more it internalizes processes that once required external coordination. Societies shout instructions across open spaces. Advanced societies embed instructions into infrastructure. Technologies rely on visible signals. Advanced technologies operate silently in the background. Most powerful systems are often the least noticeable. This pattern is not philosophical. It is technical. Evolve toward invisibility. Do not disappear. They integrate. Beyond planets, beyond stars, something unsettling begins to form. Truly advanced civilization would not need to broadcast because it would no longer rely on external validation or coordination. Not need to announce itself to the universe because it would already be synchronized with its environment. Communication is required only when there is misalignment. Alignment sounds like. Is the first fast drop. Alignment, then the absence of signals does not suggest emptiness. It suggests completion. It prioritize itself. Imagine a civilization that has learned to regulate its energy perfectly. It wastes nothing. It emits nothing unnecessary. Its technology operates at scales indistinguishable from natural processes. Outside, it would look like a quiet star system. Stable orbits, no unusual emissions, no artificial noise, nothing to detect. But because hiding implies fear, this would be something else entirely. That indifference is the hallmark of maturity. Civilizations stop broadcasting because they fear detection predators, competition, annihilation. Fear is not the only reason to grow quiet. Civilization that has stabilized does not act out of fear. It acts out of sufficiency. Attention turns inward. The urge to announce fades, but powerful. Silence is not imposed by danger. It emerges from self-containment. And self-containment is the endgame of complex systems. Changes with age. Children narrate everything. They speak constantly because experience is new and unintegrated. Adults speak selectively. They choose silence not because they have nothing to say, but because saying everything would add nothing. Silence becomes a form of compression, with fewer signals. Civilizations, scaled up across millennia, may follow the same trajectory. Their early phase is marked by exploration and broadcast, their middle phase by consolidation and refinement, their late phase by quiet integration. At that point, communication no longer serves discovery. It becomes redundant. It is eliminated. This realization reframes the cosmic search in a way that feels almost tragic. We are scanning the sky for civilizations that resemble us, talkative, curious, expansive. But those civilizations, if they exist, are likely fleeting. They are not the stable residents of the universe. Noise, in this sense, is the sound of something passing through. Silence is what remains. Colder, slower. If advanced civilizations do not broadcast, then detection is not just difficult. It may be fundamentally incompatible with maturity, and becomes, the less detectable it is. Success erases evidence. This flips our expectations entirely. A place filled with ancient, powerful civilizations leaving monumental traces. Monumental traces are signs of unfinished processes. Truly resolved systems leave no monuments. This is why the universe does not look crowded. It does not look alive in the way we expect life to look. Being life does not look alive at all. Looks like physics. The sky above us is not screaming with activity because activity has already been absorbed. Civilizations may have existed everywhere, at many times, in many forms. But once they crossed a threshold, once they no longer needed to speak, they blended into the background. They became indistinguishable from stars, dust, and vacuum. Not because they vanished, needing to be distinct. This is where the emotional weight deepens. Then our own noise becomes revealing. Broadcasts do not signal confidence. We are still asking questions that others may have already answered, against an environment we do not yet understand. We are still early enough to be loud, significant. But it does place us on a curve. Our radio signals will not echo forever. They will thin, they will stretch, they will dissolve into background radiation. If no one intercepts them, they will still fade. And if we survive long enough, we will eventually stop sending them. But because we will no longer feel the need, at that point, our civilization will not be gone, but it will be undetectable. Fate of all civilizations that endure. Not extinction, not transcendence. The universe does not reward loudness. As this idea settles, something uncomfortable begins to surface. If advanced civilizations do not broadcast, then the absence of signals does not reassure us. It isolates us. Surrounded by quiet neighbors. We are surrounded by systems that no longer care to be neighbors at all. It means they are complete. Has no obligation to acknowledge incompletion. The universe does not owe us company. It does not owe us proof that we are not alone. Doing what it has always done. Balancing. Our loneliness, then, is not a cosmic condition. We feel alone because we are still at the stage where connection feels necessary. We have not yet learned how to be sufficient without being seen. Interpretation of the silence. That the universe is empty. Past the phase we are currently experiencing. We are the ones still speaking into the dark. Still believing that noise means presence. It gently reshapes the question we carry with us. No longer, why is no one answering? More unsettling. Civilizations no longer broadcast, then what happens when we stop? Remains of us once our need to be heard dissolves. And when that moment arrives, feel emptier or finally familiar? The silence does not respond. It simply holds the space where answers once traveled and where one day our own signals will fade into the same quiet equilibrium. From within that stillness, another question begins to form, almost unnoticed. If maturity leads to invisibility, then what does true presence actually look like? There is a subtle shift that happens when a system no longer needs to announce itself. It does not disappear. It does not retreat. It simply stops producing excess. From the outside, this shift is almost impossible to notice. Presence through disturbance, through movement, through noise. Assume that if something matters, it must leave a mark. But the universe does not work that way. Leave the fewest signatures. A perfectly balanced orbit does not glow. A perfectly distributed field does not ripple. A perfectly synchronized system does not broadcast. Just remains. Begins to fail us. Looking for civilizations the way archaeologists look for ruins, broken things, collapsed things, abandoned things. A civilization that reached stability would not leave ruins. Ruins are the fingerprints of failure. Debris. This realization pulls us into an uncomfortable territory because it suggests that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Maybe evidence of resolution. Progress. Progress, to us, means expansion, growth, increasing output. But expansion is not infinite. It eventually encounters limits: energetic, informational, structural. At that point, progress changes direction. It stops moving outward and begins to compress inward. Imagine. Civilization that no longer expands does not look dramatic. It looks uneventful. No new megastructures, no bursts of detectable energy, no obvious modifications to its surroundings. It does not conquer its star system. Harmony is invisible to distant observers. Resolution is quiet. This is the first rapid drop. Naturally converge toward harmony, then searching for visible activity is like searching for turbulence in calm water, or looking for the wrong signal. More convinced you become that nothing is there, not realizing that calm itself is the thing you are observing. Is not just a poetic metaphor. Formative states are often the quietest. This obscures information. Stability preserves it. A crystal lattice holds more order than a plasma. A vacuum contains more structure than chaos. Silence does not mean emptiness. Now imagine intelligence reaching this stage. Information, not as a sudden leap, is a slow reduction of output, casting, then fewer external interventions, then fewer detectable anomalies. Eventually, intelligence becomes indistinguishable from its environment. Not because it dissolved, it integrated. This is the lift, gentle but profound. Leave traces because it no longer creates boundaries between itself and the universe. Boundaries are what generate signals. So does noise. On the outside, this looks like nothing. Feels like completion. This idea unsettles us because it erases the image of the universe as a crowded stage filled with competing actors. Instead, it suggests something more austere. A universe that slowly teaches its most complex systems how to stop interfering. How to stop insisting. And this brings us to the twist one that shifts the focus away from distant civilizations and back toward ourselves. If silence is not the absence of intelligence, but the outcome of intelligence, then the real question is not, where is everyone? The real question is, why are we still loud? Our noise becomes diagnostic, that we are special, but that we are early. Early systems leak energy. Early systems overshare. Early systems need constant feedback. We broadcast because we are not yet synchronized with our environment. We feel separate from the universe. Separation creates signal. This is not a moral judgment. Every system must pass through a phase of separation before it can dissolve into coherence. We are in that phase now. Nothing else follows. If integration leads to silence, then silence is not something imposed from outside. It is something that emerges from within. Forbids communication. No universal censor silences civilizations. As speaking becomes unnecessary, this is where the feeling changes. It feels like a wall. It feels like a destination. Gravity. They pull systems toward them slowly, over time. Inevitability. The universe does not push civilizations into silence. It allows them to grow into it. Frames extinction in a radical way. What we call extinction may often be transition. It may simply cease to differentiate itself from the background. Our point of view, it is gone. Nothing changed. Explains why the sky contains no obvious scars of past intelligence. No broken megastructures. No cosmic wreckage. Completion leaves smoothness. Because so much has already finished happening. This smoothness is not accidental. An old universe does not look busy. As this idea stretches across cosmic time, another inversion takes hold. Perhaps we are not searching for civilizations in the wrong places. Wrong time. Loud phase of intelligence may be brief. Fast. We happen to exist during a narrow window when noise still feels necessary. A time when uncertainty still dominates. Still outweigh answers. This makes our era statistically rare, not because intelligence is rare, but because this phase does not last. We are not unique because we exist, because we are unfinished. And unfinished things tend to shout. a strange emotional mix. There is humility in it, but also relief. Then the universe is not ignoring us. It's simply older than we are. Age we are still struggling through. Old systems do not interrupt young ones to announce that they are done. They wait. Process to unfold. The universe does not need to prove its intelligence to us. Intelligence becomes. And it is quiet. Deepens. The last layer of resistance begins to fall away. Desire for contact may not be about connection at all. It may be about reassurance. To still be talking so we do not feel alone in our noise. Want confirmation that this stage lasts longer than it does. But the universe does not provide comfort. And the pattern here is unmistakable. Signals thin, distinctions dissolve. Violently. Relentlessly. Standing in a universe that feels empty not because nothing ever lived, but because so much has already learned how to stop announcing itself. It shifts the emotional center of gravity. Personal. It's tragic. Mental. We are alone not because we are abandoned, but because we have not yet learned how to be quiet. And learning that will take time. Our civilization will last. Perhaps exactly as long as it needs. Another question begins to rise, slower than before, but heavier. Silence is the mark of completion. Then what does completion actually feel like from the inside? And when a civilization finally stops speaking, as an ending, or as the first true rest it has ever known? Moment, subtle and almost impossible to detect from the outside, when a system stops expanding, not because it cannot grow anymore, but because it no longer needs to. Within, this moment does not feel like loss. It feels like relief. We are conditioned to believe that growth is always forward, that more is better, that expansion is synonymous with progress. In nature, expansion is rarely the final state. It is a phase. And then stabilize. Ecosystems spread, then balance. Even storms exhaust themselves once the pressure differences that gave birth to them disappear. Growth exists to resolve imbalance. Once imbalance is gone, growth has nothing left to do. Civilizations are no exception. And because their environment is unknown, they spread to reduce uncertainty, to secure resources, to test boundaries. Expansion is exploration made physical. Because there is nothing left to explore, but because the cost of exploration eventually exceeds its value. At that point, expansion no longer feels like progress. It feels like noise. Quiet descent. We imagine advanced civilizations as vast, sprawling empires stretching across stars, but empires are inefficient. Require constant energy to maintain cohesion. They leak information. They amplify risk. Civilization that survives long enough will learn this. Not through philosophy, through necessity. Expansion increases complexity. Every increase in complexity increases vulnerability. Actually, the safest path forward is not outward, but inward. Consolidation replaces conquest. Optimization replaces growth. And with optimization comes silence. Expectations break again. We assume that a civilization capable of reaching the stars would naturally continue spreading forever. But this assumption confuses capability with desire and does not mean it will choose to, especially once it understands the full cost. Checked growth is called cancer. These systems regulate themselves. Stability, then they stop. Same principle applies to intelligence. Learn when to stop expanding does not become advanced. Becomes fragile. Not defined by how far a civilization spreads, but by how precisely it learns to remain where it already is. This is the lift early, but firm. Expansive. Is selective. Space indiscriminately. It shapes itself to fit the space it occupies. On the outside, this looks like stagnation. It feels like mastery. Mastery does not announce itself. If mature civilizations consolidate instead of expand, then their physical footprint may shrink over time rather than grow. Energy use becomes localized. Infrastructure becomes compact. Processes become internalized. Actually, the civilization's presence becomes smaller, quieter, harder to distinguish from natural systems. Because it is hiding. Exist without excess. This reverses one of our deepest assumptions. Anomalies, because we expect advanced intelligence to leave large-scale marks. Large-scale marks are signs of inefficiency. The most refined systems leave the smallest footprints. Not because it lacks intelligence, but because intelligence that lasts learns how not to be obvious. The universe is not a billboard. It is a long-term optimization problem. And long-term solutions are almost always subtle. We interpret time itself. We tend to think of civilizations as climbing upward, primitive to advanced, simple to complex. But complexity is not the final stage. A system that can compress its functions into minimal expression is more advanced than one that requires vast structures to do the same work. Noise decreases as compression increases. Silence is the sound of maximum compression. Realization. Perhaps civilizations do not disappear because they fail. They succeed too well. Learn how to fold themselves into their environment so completely that no external observer can tell where the civilization ends and the universe begins. At that point, detection becomes impossible. Not because the civilization is gone, but because it is no longer separate. This is where the emotional temperature drops further. As a meeting between distinct entities. Voices, two cultures, two points of view. But that image assumes that distinctness is preserved indefinitely, is temporary. If the endpoint of intelligence is not to remain separate, but to dissolve the boundary between self and environment. Physics, boundaries are where interactions happen. No boundary means no interaction, means no signal. Silence. Nothing exists. It means existence has become smooth, not echo. This realization reframes the universe as something profoundly old. Not just in years, but in development. It is not busy. It is refined. This was chaotic because it was young. The present universe is quiet because it has learned how to be stable. Intelligence, if it survives long enough, follows the same arc. This brings the focus back to us, uncomfortably so. still building, still emitting energy in all directions. Our communication systems spill information constantly. We're not subtle. We're not finished. Again, this is not an insult. We are in the expressive phase. Quality matters more than efficiency, where presence matters more than integration. We want to be seen because we do not yet feel whole without recognition. But recognition is a temporary need. It no longer requires confirmation from the outside. It becomes self-sustaining. Silence becomes natural. Forced. Natural. May be filled with civilizations that reached this point long ago. Civilizations that learned how to exist without leaving scars. Are invisible. Theirs, invisibility may feel like peace. This challenges the way we think about legacy. As something that lasts monuments, signals, traces. Lasting things eventually decay. Is what blends into the background. The highest form of legacy is indistinguishability. To exist in such harmony with the universe that nothing needs to remember you separately. This idea is difficult because it strips away the drama. No transcendence, no grand departure. It's a gradual reduction of difference. No longer a figure against the background, but part of the background itself. That background is quiet. This we rarely talk about. Why the night sky feels calm instead of crowded. Often produces stillness rather than awe. The universe feels more like a presence than a performance. It is not showing off. Things that have finished becoming what they are. Makes our own restlessness feel poignant. Still shaping ourselves, still loud with uncertainty. We ask the universe for company because we are not yet comfortable with our own incompletion. We want proof that this stage does not end in silence. That it does. Abruptly. Gradually. Dissolve. As questions quiet, as distinctions soften. And when that happens, the universe does not mark the moment. There is only a gentle fading of excess. No longer about others at all. It's about trajectory. Move from expansion to consolidation, from noise to silence. Where exactly are we right now on that curve? And how much louder will we become before we learn how to stop speaking without feeling lost? The universe does not answer. It has always done. Balancing, settling, growing quieter. Something else begins to emerge, a deeper layer of the story, one that no longer concerns civilizations alone, but the nature of consciousness itself. Is a quiet assumption hidden beneath everything we have said so far. An assumption so familiar that it rarely gets questioned. Is the center of the story. Awareness is the goal toward which everything else is moving. That the universe somehow becomes more meaningful once it begins to notice itself. This belief feels natural because consciousness is where we stand. It is the lens through which all questions are asked. Without it, there would be no wondering at all. Yet, nothing in the structure of the universe suggests that consciousness is required. Stars burn without awareness. Galaxies rotate without reflection. Space expands without intention. The universe functions perfectly well without knowing that it exists. So why does consciousness appear at all? Approached with reverence, as if awareness were a crown placed atop matter, a reward for complexity? If consciousness is not a crown, a temporary amplification that arises when systems become sufficiently complex and fades when that complexity is no longer necessary, is the first fast descent. It would be stable. It would persist wherever matter exists. Consciousness is fragile. Disappears during sleep. It vanishes under anesthesia. It dissolves when the brain's delicate balance is disturbed. Fragility is not the signature of a cosmic centerpiece. It is the signature of a temporary state. Consciousness appears when prediction becomes difficult. The system must model itself and its environment continuously to survive. Awareness is not a gift. A way for life to navigate uncertainty. Stable. Consciousness becomes useful. When conditions stabilize, it becomes unnecessary. It reframes awareness in a way that feels unsettling. Consciousness may not be what the universe is building toward. It passes through. Consider how much of human experience is devoted to managing uncertainty. Fear, hope, curiosity, regret. They are signals that the system does not yet know what will happen next. Would not require conscious reflection. It would run automatically. Consciousness is expensive. It consumes energy. It generates anxiety. It creates suffering. Evolution does not preserve expensive traits unless they serve a function. The function of consciousness is not meaning. Once navigation is no longer required, consciousness becomes redundant. This is the lift, slow, careful, uncomfortable. Stability, then the conditions that make consciousness necessary begin to disappear. Certainty decreases, prediction improves, environment and system become aligned. At that point, awareness offers diminishing returns. Feel itself thinking anymore. Processes can run quietly in the background. Functioning means it stops narrating. Loudest form of existence. Often confuse narration with being. A machine can function without commentary. A heart can beat without awareness. A star can burn without reflection. The universe does not require witnesses. This is where the twist tightens not sharply, but deeply. Stabilize. Then advanced civilizations may not only be silent externally, they be silent internally as well. Hence, not asleep. Operating without the kind of reflective awareness we associate with identity. From our perspective, this feels like annihilation. It may feel like peace. Cling to consciousness because it feels like us. But us may be a temporary configuration. It's to talk to itself. This idea casts the silence of the universe in a new light. The absence of voices. Perhaps it is the absence of narrators that no longer need to experience themselves as separate. Do not think about being. This would make them invisible not only to our instruments, but to our imagination. Because we can only imagine intelligence that feels like thinking. But thinking may not be the endpoint. Thinking is a sign of friction, of unresolved tension between expectation and reality. Reality, thought dissolves. Mind rests. Stillness feels strangely complete. Not exciting, not dramatic. Perhaps advanced intelligence lives permanently in that state. But as a baseline. So, then our search for consciousness elsewhere may be fundamentally flawed. We are listening for minds that sound like ours, may only exist during a brief window of instability, a moment when the system is still figuring itself out. Realization is heavier than the ones before it. Technology and toward interiority suggests that the loudest phase of a civilization is not its most advanced. It is its most confused. This is noise. Silence, then, may not mean emptiness. A clarity so complete that no internal dialogue is required. This challenges our deepest intuitions. Is the pinnacle of existence. But the universe may value something else. Stability, equilibrium. Awareness interferes with all three. Reflection, doubt. These are useful when the path forward is uncertain. They are obstacles when it is not. Actions eliminate uncertainty. They may naturally eliminate awareness as well. Deliberately, not philosophically. Like muscles that atrophy when no longer needed. The outside, this would look like extinction. From the inside, there may be no inside left to experience loss. This is why the silence feels so absolute. Of communication. It is the absence of experience as we understand it. Quiet minds may be filled with systems that no longer require minds at all. And here, the emotional ground shifts again. Then suffering is temporary too. Is joy. This does not diminish them. It does them. They are intense because they are brief. Do not last. The universe does not need them to persist forever, just while they are useful. This reframes our own awareness in a gentler way. Consciousness as eternal. We only need to inhabit it while it is here. Feels like to be a system that still wonders, still questions. We are not wrong to seek answers, enough to need them. As civilizations mature, the need fades. Awareness dissolves. What remains is not darkness. A stillness that does not feel empty, because there is no one left to feel it as empty. This is the quiet the universe may be pointing toward. Not as a warning, a resting state. The sky above us does not feel silent because it lacks consciousness. Its consciousness has already passed through it and moved on. This idea settles into the background. Another question begins to surface. If consciousness is temporary and silence is what follows, then what exactly are we meant to do with awareness while we still have it? Has no reason to. How to be quiet. And that quiet is patient enough to wait for us to catch up. Empty space, something strange happens. Sound does not vanish immediately. It stretches, it thins, it loses its edges. What remains is not the voice itself, but its echo. An echo is a peculiar thing. It feels like communication, but it is not. It carries structure without intention, form without presence. You cannot answer an echo, you can only hear it. For a long time, we have believed that if the universe were alive with intelligence, we would hear voices, messages, signals meant for us, or at least meant for someone. Perhaps that expectation misunderstands what remains after communication has already finished. Perhaps what fills the universe now is not silence, but echoes so old that we no longer recognize them as such. The first sharp descent spoke loudly, energetically, expansively. Their signals would not disappear when they stopped transmitting. They would continue traveling outward at the speed of light. Signals would not wait for us. They would not slow down. They would not loop back. They would pass through regions of space long before life on Earth ever learned how to listen. By the time our instruments turned outward, the voices would already be gone. What would remain is not nothing. A tale of information, stretched, diluted, and tangled with cosmic noise. Echo without a clear source. It would look exactly like background radiation, static, randomness. Mistake presence for absence. Emotional shape of the universe. Silence we observe may not be emptiness, it may be lateness. We did not arrive at the beginning of the conversation. We arrived after it ended. And arriving late feels very different from being alone. Not because nothing ever happened, but because everything already did. Telescopes do not look across space. Every star we observe is a memory. Every galaxy is a record of what once was. The farther we look, the older the light becomes. Profound. If civilizations arose billions of years ago, long before our planet cooled, long before our species existed, then their entire communicative phase may be buried deep in the past. Loudest moments may be unreachable, not because they are hidden, but because they are already behind us. Searching the present sky for present voices. But the universe we see is never present. This is the lift early but steady. To detect intelligence. We may be detecting it incorrectly. Messages, structured signals, intentional broadcasts. Echoes do not announce themselves as messages. They blur. And if the universe is old enough, which it is, then most echoes would have stretched beyond recognition by now. This reframes our instruments as well. Are exquisitely sensitive to certain kinds of order. They search for patterns that stand out sharply against noise. Echoes do not stand out. A message sent long enough ago does not look like a message anymore. Which means the universe may be saturated with the remnants of communication and we would never know. Because we are not listening for remnants. This is where the twist tightens. Echoes rather than voices, then our own signals may already be echoes in the making. Broadcasts feel immediate to us, urgent, alive. But to a distant observer, billions of years from now, they will not feel that way. They will be faint distortions in the background. As intention. Indistinguishable from noise. Not preserve meaning. It preserves motion. Phase. Structure dissolves. It is physics. Exists only where minds exist to interpret it. Once the minds are gone or have grown quiet, meaning evaporates. This makes the idea of cosmic conversation feel almost tragic. Not because it failed, but because it succeeded too long ago. After the choir has finished singing, bass still carries resonance. The air still feels heavy with sound. But no voice remains. Choir because it never existed. You missed it because you arrived after the final note. It's all that is left. This is what the universe may feel like. Conversations already happened. Where civilizations once exchanged questions, answers, discoveries. Where curiosity burned brightly enough to send signals across stars. And then settled. But they no longer point clearly to their origin. They are everywhere and nowhere at once. Silence feels. Silence is no longer empty. Full of things that no longer know how to speak. Becomes clearer and smaller. Not participants in the original dialogue. Listening not for living voices, but for traces that survived long enough to reach us. And archaeology is slow. Fragments, with incomplete records, with patterns that must be inferred rather than heard. Here is the difficulty. Intact. They blur into the background so completely that extraction becomes impossible. This means the universe could be filled with the aftermath of intelligence and still appear silent to us. Because silence is what information looks like after enough time has passed. This realization presses gently against another assumption we rarely examine. We believe that if something matters, it should be detectable. A measure of importance. The measure of proximity in time. They exist. They fade into irrelevance. The universe is full of irrelevant things that once mattered deeply. Galaxies that collided, civilizations that spoke. Relevance is local. It's when locality dissolves. This brings us to a quieter, more personal turn. Voices, then our longing for contact is misdirected. Not waiting for someone to answer us. Liberation after an answer was already given, just not to us. Does not mean the universe is indifferent. Is asynchronous. Are out of phase. That produce the signals we hope to hear. Synchronization is everything in communication. Two systems can exist side by side and never interact if their timing does not align. We may be perfectly positioned in space and hopelessly misplaced in time. This reframes loneliness in a gentler way. Exists. We are alone because we arrived at the wrong moment. Us. Every moment carries its own role. It's with ancient civilizations. It may be to experience what it feels like to exist in the echo of a universe that has already spoken. This is not meaningless. And quiet experiences demand a different kind of attention. Clear messages, definitive answers. Echoes teach patience. without expectation of reply. Require acceptance that the speaker may never be known. This may be why thinking about the universe late at night feels different. You want to rest. Those do not demand action. And stillness is the only posture that allows echoes to be heard at all. Then our task is not to shout back, is to listen long enough to notice the shape of what once was. Not to reconstruct it fully, that may be impossible. Silence can carry history. That emptiness can be dense with past intention. Or again, stop feeling ignored. And lateness carries a strange tenderness. Beautiful happened, even if we did not witness it ourselves. The universe does not owe us front row seats, but remains. Remains may be enough. Another layer begins to surface, softer, more intimate. We are echoes ourselves. If our voices will one day blur into the same background, then perhaps our role is not to be heard forever, to sound once, to exist briefly, clearly, honestly, and then allow silence to take us the same way it took everything before. The universe has done this many times. And in that fading, it does not erase meaning. The question that now emerges does not feel urgent, slow, and unavoidable. We are living inside an echo. Then what kind of sound do we want to be before we, too, dissolve into the quiet background of a universe that has already learned how to rest? Memory is not something the universe is known for. No cosmic ledger, no place where events are carefully preserved because they mattered. Stars do not remember the light they emitted. Galaxies do not recall their collisions. Space does not grieve what once passed through it. Yet nothing that happens is ever fully erased. It is transformed and leaves a trace, not as a story, not as meaning, but as a change in structure, a redistribution of energy, a subtle alteration in probability. The universe does not remember in the way we do. And that it remembers is where the idea of silence deepens. Explored, communicated, then traces of those processes did not vanish when the voices stopped. It diffused, deleted, it was scattered. And scattering is the universe's preferred form of storage. Assume memory requires a mind. That remembering is an act of awareness. But memory can exist without awareness. Nature without knowing it. A crater remembers an impact without intention. The cosmic microwave background remembers a hot, dense beginning without narrative. Memory, at its most fundamental level, is structure that persists longer than the process that created it. At definition, the universe is full of memory. It simply does not care who reads it. The idea of a quiet universe. Silence does not mean forgetting. It no longer speaks. The universe carries its past, the way sediment carries layers, compressed, blurred, difficult to interpret, but undeniably present. Civilizations once existed. Their activities altered matter, energy, and probability distributions in ways that may persist long after all intentional signals stopped. These traces would not look like messages, which is why we miss them. Of intention. The universe preserves only consequences, but grounding. Perhaps intelligence does not disappear without a trace. Turns too deep, too distributed, too quiet for us to recognize as evidence. Civilization that operated for millions of years would rearrange its environment in countless small ways. Energy flows would shift, material distributions would change, local entropy gradients would flatten faster than expected. From a distance, over long timescales, these effects would be indistinguishable from natural processes. Because nature does the same thing. It dissipates, it smooths. The universe does not separate artificial from natural. This is why advanced civilizations may leave no clear fingerprints. The more their actions resemble the universe's own tendencies, stop forcing change and begin writing it. At that point, their memory merges with the universe's memory. Not stored as narrative, embedded as outcome. More unsettling twist. The universe remembers without caring, then meaning is not preserved. Only structure is. Civilization, its art, its questions, its values, does not survive as meaning. It survives only insofar as it altered the arrangement of matter and energy. From our perspective, this feels brutal. We want something to remember that we were here and that it meant something to us. But the universe does not operate on "to us." And transitions do not honor intention. Effect. This explains something that often goes unnoticed. The smoother it looks. Early on, sharp structures dominated, high contrasts, violent interactions. Over time, everything softens. Peaks flatten, differences dissolve. It is not destruction. The universe does not forget its past. And absorption is quiet. Our place in all of this. We fear silence because we associate it with erasure. But forgetting is not what the universe does. Our own memories work the same way, in a smaller, more personal sense. Most of what we experience is not preserved as vivid recollection. Summarized to who we become. We do not remember every conversation, every moment, every emotion. But they still shape us. Stored explicitly. It is embedded. Work like this on a cosmic scale. Civilizations do not need to be remembered explicitly to have mattered. They matter by shaping what comes after. Their names. Even if no one hears their voices. Silence. It makes it less like a void and more like a resting place for accumulated history. A place where the past has settled into the present so completely that it no longer needs to announce itself. This is where the idea of being late takes on a different tone. We are not late to nothing. We are early to quiet. Everything that noise once contained just without edges. This perspective asks us to reconsider what we mean by legacy. Something visible, durable, recognizable. Visibility is temporary, not symbols. Civilization that learns how to align itself with the universe's long-term flow leaves a deeper legacy than one that builds monuments. As monuments erode, If advanced civilizations dissolved into the universe's memory rather than standing apart from it, then their influence may be everywhere and nowhere identifiable. The universe may not be empty of intelligence. Effects of intelligence that no longer needs to stand out is difficult to accept because it denies us the comfort of recognition. We want to meet others as others. But the universe does not prioritize mirrors. Continuity. Which brings us to a quiet, personal turn. Survive us as stories. They will survive only as influence. Other systems. As small perturbations that altered trajectories. Because we were conscious. We will be remembered because we interacted. Our narration. This may be why the silence feels so complete. But because everything that happened has already been folded into what is happening now. The universe does not replay its memories. And living with memory is quieter than recounting it. The sense of emptiness recedes slightly. Silence above us no longer feels like a blank page. It feels like a palimpsest, layers written over layers, smoothed by time, still present even when unreadable. May never decode these layers fully. Civilizations that once rearranged the cosmos does not mean their existence was meaningless. Effect is universal. Defects. It does not keep explanations. As we drift deeper into this idea, another question begins to surface, one that does not ask about others, or signals, or memory. Asks about direction, without caring, and if civilizations dissolve into that memory, what does it mean to be alive at the moment when remembering still feels urgent? What does it mean to be conscious in a universe that does not need consciousness to continue? The silence does not answer. It simply holds everything that once asked and everything that no longer needs to. There comes a point in every long process when the direction quietly reverses. Not with an announcement, not with resistance, but with a subtle change in pressure. Up until now, everything we have followed has moved outward. Expansion, expression, communication. Life spreads. Civilizations broadcast. Consciousness narrates. But beneath all of this movement, another current has always been present, slower, deeper, harder to notice. Current pulling inward, toward compression, toward stillness. This is the moment where the story turns inward. But deeper into it, if silence is not emptiness and memory is not narration, then the next question is unavoidable. What happens inside a system as it approaches completion? We often imagine endings as dramatic events, explosions, collapses, final decisions. Nature, endings are rarely events. A gradual reduction of difference, a smoothing of extremes, a quieting of internal tension. A river does not end when it reaches the sea, it simply loses its urgency. The water keeps moving, but the movement no longer has direction. Survive long enough, may experience something similar. A collapse, but a loss of urgency. In their early phases, civilizations are driven by necessity, scarcity, danger, uncertainty. These forces generate pressure. Motion generates noise. Stabilize, pressure drops. Resources become predictable. Threats diminish. Uncertainty shrinks. And when uncertainty shrinks, something else begins to fade. The need to decide is expensive. It requires awareness, comparison, evaluation. Exists only where outcomes are unclear. Does not decide. Executes. Fast descent. Conscious choice, the thing we often treat as the essence of intelligence, is not a permanent feature. It is a response to instability. Peers, choice becomes unnecessary. Does not mean the system stops functioning. Processes run automatically. Adjustments happen silently. Feedback loops close. From the outside, this looks like stillness. Be no inside left to observe the transition. This reframes the idea of a civilization reaching its peak. The peak is not the moment of greatest power. No longer needs to be exercised. Point. Expression gives way to maintenance. And maintenance is quiet. Subtle, but profound. A civilization approaching completion does not feel like it is dying. Complexity does not vanish. It compresses. Management becomes embedded into structure. Laws replace choices. Patterns replace decisions. The system no longer asks, "What should we do?" because it already knows what works. And knowing removes the need to ask. Experience, if it exists at all, changes character. The consciousness is loud because it is constantly negotiating. It weighs options, fears mistakes, anticipates futures. But a system that no longer faces meaningful uncertainty does not need to imagine futures. The future has converged. This challenges one of our most cherished beliefs. As intelligence advances. But what if the opposite is true? Most intense during instability and fades as stability increases? It's not unfamiliar to us. Heightened awareness, moments of safety dull it. Child is intensely conscious of the world because it is unpredictable. An adult navigates much of life automatically. Learning increases awareness temporarily. Mastery removes it. Nations follow the same arc. Their early phases are filled with reflection, philosophy, debate. Their later phases may be filled with silence, not because nothing happens, but because nothing needs to be thought about anymore. This is where the twist arrives slowly, but decisively. Longer experience the world through conscious narration, then they are not merely silent to us, silent to themselves. Not unconscious, but unburdened by the need to witness their own existence. Almost impossible to imagine. Equate being with feeling. Required for functioning. Most of the universe functions without feeling at all. Stars do not feel their fusion. Planets do not feel their orbits. Yet they persist. That has aligned itself perfectly with its environment may function in the same way. Processes continue. Its structures remain. But without the friction that produces experience, it is invisible. From the inside, there may be no perspective left to call inside. This is where the silence becomes absolute. But the absence of narrators That reframes the entire cosmic landscape. May be surrounded by systems that no longer require minds at all. This idea carries a peculiar emotional weight. It feels neutral, and reach optimal efficiency and then stop producing waste heat. Something ends, but nothing is lost. A softer way. We fear as extinction may often be transition into non-narrative existence. A civilization does not have to be destroyed to disappear. Itself a story. Stories are what we recognize as life. Empty. Brings us, inevitably, back to ourselves. We are still telling stories. About who we are, where we came from, what we might become. We narrate because we must. He still defines us. Our environment is not stable enough to let go. To be silent. This does not make us primitive. We exist in the loud middle. Calm. Between ignorance and completion. Silence. This is why the universe feels quiet to us. But because much of it has already passed through this middle phase. No longer needs to speak. And perhaps that is the true meaning of our loneliness. That no one else exists. We finished asking the questions we are still forming. No longer where we are. In process, this realization does something subtle. Urgency. If consciousness is temporary, then it does not need to justify itself by lasting forever. It only needs to be inhabited while it exists. Questions, our longings, these are not meant to echo eternally. Are meant to occur. Here, demand permanence. It allows phases. Us. Does not pressure us to finish. Waiting is easy for systems that have already converged. And in that waiting, something else becomes clear. Civilization has a future event. Catastrophe waiting to happen. Not in the future at all. If it is a direction we are already moving toward, slowly, unconsciously, inevitably, not toward destruction, but toward rest. To practice resting. Very good at it. If we last long enough, we may learn how to rest too. Not as individuals, but as a system that no longer needs to speak to prove that it exists. Until then, we remain here aware, questioning, unsettled, listening to a silence that does not reject us, but simply reflects a stage we have not yet reached. And as that reflection deepens, another question begins to take shape, quieter than before, but heavier. Consciousness fades as stability grows. Then what is the role of awareness in a universe that does not need it to continue? Is awareness for, if it is not meant to last? The silence offers no answer. It only provides the space in which the question can exist, for as long as it needs to. There is a quiet tension that appears once a system realizes it no longer needs to speak. Not panic, not fear. Because silence, when it first arrives, feels like disappearance. We are conditioned to equate existence with expression, to believe that if something is not announcing itself, it must be gone. Silence is not absence, it is withdrawal of excess. And withdrawal feels unsettling only to systems that still rely on excess to define themselves. This is where the inner conflict of mature civilizations would likely emerge, not between survival and destruction, but between continuity and identity. Identity is loud. Boundaries, narration. Civilization knows who it is because it distinguishes itself from what it is not. But as systems stabilize, boundaries soften. Urgency. And identity begins to blur. Fast descent. If a civilization no longer needs to distinguish itself sharply from its environment, then identity becomes optional. Not erased, but unnecessary. Because identity feels sacred to us. Define ourselves by it, protect it, defend it. Yet identity is not a universal requirement. A tool that helps a system navigate uncertainty. The tool loses relevance. It is not extinction of identity. Think of how names work. To be called, guided, corrected. An adult still has a name, but no longer needs to hear it constantly. At some point, the name stops being essential to function. The person still exists. It's into the background. Civilizations may undergo something similar. Identity is everything. Culture, symbols, narratives, flags. Here, identity becomes less urgent. Ability matters more than recognition. It does not need to remind itself who it is. It simply operates quietly, almost imperceptibly. Civilization approaching completion would not experience this as loss. It would feel like relief from self-reference. No more need to define, no more need to be seen. Within, this could feel like deep calm. Vanishing. Mismatch in perspective is critical. Looks like disappearance externally. This is why advanced civilizations would appear to turn off from our point of view. They do not turn off. Action. Word toward alignment. Once a system aligns with its environment, it no longer needs to assert itself against it. This is where silence becomes not just an outcome, but a feature. Silence preserves stability. Reduction of unnecessary gradients. Communication, after all, is disturbance. Every signal pushes energy outward. Introduces difference. A civilization that has learned how to minimize difference will naturally minimize communication. Not out of fear. This is the twist, slow but decisive. It is maintenance. Self behaves this way. After its violent youth, it did not stop existing. Expansion continues, but gently. Interactions thin out. Large-scale structures persist with minimal change. The universe does not announce that it is stable. Civilizations that survive long enough may adopt the same posture. They do not declare completion altogether. This reframes something we rarely examine. A civilization reached a point of great understanding it would want to share that understanding. Sharing is not always beneficial. Asymmetry creates imbalance. Perfectly aligned system does not export its internal state. It preserves it. This looks like indifference. From the inside, it is stewardship. Here, when we apply it to our own expectations, we want the universe to answer us, confirm that we are not alone, not a property of stable systems. It is a property of systems still negotiating their place. The valley, an ocean does not confirm the existence of the shore. Coexist without commentary. Same maturity from intelligence. Not interaction, not reassurance. Just coexistence. To a deeper layer of the silence. The silence may not be directed at us at all. Sound of systems minding their own equilibrium is not rejection. And neutrality is uncomfortable for beings who still crave feedback. We are used to a relational existence. Action and reaction. But the universe may not be relational in that way. It unfolds according to rules, not conversations. Guests may learn to do the same. Exist procedurally. Without performance. To be perceived. This is where the emotional tone subtly shifts again. Lonely. It starts feeling busy, but in a way we cannot hear. Busy, preventing unnecessary motion. Remains rough. This kind of busyness does not generate noise. Which brings us back to the idea of completion. Nothing happens. It means nothing needs to change. This thing in the universe. Where there is change, there is signal. There is quiet. This suggests that advanced civilizations may still be active, extremely active, but within closed loops. Contained cycles, internal adjustments, processes that do not leak outward. From our perspective, these civilizations would be invisible. But because they are sealed, because it denies us the comfort of imagining others watching us, I like to think that somewhere, someone might be listening. But a universe full of sealed systems is not a listening universe. It is a self-sustaining one. It contextualizes us. Speak. We are simply early enough to need to. Go because the universe refuses to hear them. Go because there is no open channel left. Just complete. Does not respond. It absorbs and is not violent. It is gentle. Red. Energy disperses. Differences fade. Eventually, everything becomes part of the same background. This makes our current phase feel strangely fragile. Still creating narratives. Entities into an environment that does not require them. This is not a flaw. They always do. Question that now feels unavoidable. If advanced civilizations seal themselves into stability, if they no longer announce their presence role of a noisy civilization like ours. We meant to be heard. Questions until we no longer need answers. Universe does not clarify. It simply remains stable long enough for every system to discover its own direction. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson hidden in the silence. But that it is patient. Let every civilization speak until it no longer feels the need to. Patient enough to wait for noise to resolve itself into quiet. Patient enough to hold space for questions without promising replies. As this patience stretches across time, another realization begins to form, one that shifts attention away from civilizations entirely. Silence is stability, and stability is the long-term direction of all systems. Then what does that imply about life itself, not as a phenomenon, but as a phase? What does it mean that life appears, intensifies, questions, and then gradually dissolves into the same quiet equilibrium that existed before it? This is where the story continues. But deeper, of life as a temporary disturbance inside a universe that has always been learning how to rest. Life rarely announces its departure. Statement. It does not leave a signature behind. Of the time, it simply thins out. What was once intense becomes diffuse. What was once urgent becomes optional. What was once loud becomes background. Is how phases conclude in the universe. Unnecessary. Till now, we have followed silence as something civilizations arrive at. A destination reached through maturity, optimization, alignment. There is another way to see it. Something civilizations choose at all. Maybe what happens when life finishes doing what it was meant to do. This is the first fast descent. End goal, as if the universe were somehow incomplete without it. The universe does not behave like a project with milestones. It behaves like a process. Do not have preferences. They have directions. The universe began cooling. It has been moving toward one thing: uniformity. Energy spreads, gradients flatten, differences dissolve. This movement is not optional. Outcome of large systems over time. Life does not interrupt this direction. Living systems arise where gradients are steep enough to be exploited. They feed on imbalance. They convert difference into motion, structure, complexity. Doing so, they make the system more uniform, faster than it would otherwise become. Life is not an exception to entropy. To work efficiently. This idea is uncomfortable because it strips life of cosmic privilege. But it does not strip it of significance. Significance where it belongs locally, not universally. Life matters because it happens. This is the lift slow, careful, grounding. This passes through when conditions allow for rapid equalization. Flare of complexity in regions where gradients briefly exist. Once those gradients flatten, life loses its purpose. In a functional one, continue flowing once it reaches the ocean. Not because it failed, but because it succeeded. In a profound way. Extinction is not necessarily catastrophe. When a species disappears, it does not vanish from the universe. its matter remains. Its energy disperses. Its effects ripple outward. What disappears is the need for that particular arrangement. Life, on a planetary scale, may operate the same way. Once a planet's gradients are sufficiently flattened, once its chemistry, temperature differences, and energy flows reach relative equilibrium, life no longer has anything to do. Fades. Quietly. Fading leaves few traces. This is why planets do not look haunted, not appear cluttered with the remains of past life. Life dissolves back into physics. Deep souvenirs. Brings us to a darker, quieter realization. Civilizations may not be erased by war, disaster, or external threats. They may simply outlive their own function. Has reorganized its environment to the point of near complete predictability. There is nothing left to solve. Problems demand attention. No uncertainties require thought. No gradients call for exploitation. At that point, civilization does not collapse. It stalls. However, is not static. It is diffusion. Reproducing at replacement rates. Structures stop being maintained at full scale. Systems shrink into minimal, self-sustaining loops. Over time, the markers of civilization, cities, technologies, networks, decay back into the environment. Because no one cared. Unnecessary. This is the twist, quiet but irreversible. Destroy life. It only needs to stop creating conditions where life is useful. Persistence follows naturally. It cannot justify itself to physics. Justification simply proceeds. Shapes the silence yet again. Silence may not belong to civilizations that chose quiet. It may belong to planets where life finished its work, accelerated equilibrium, and then relaxed back into stillness. From our perspective, these worlds look lifeless. From the universe's perspective, they look complete. Deepens. We fear extinction because we imagine it as erasure. Transformation is alive becomes part of what is not. And not alive does not mean not meaningful. Experience. The universe does not experience itself. To continue. This challenges the way we think about purpose. What is the purpose of life? But purpose is a question only a conscious system asks. The universe exhibits outcomes. The cosmic sense may be a consequence. Conditions allow. And consequences do not need reasons. Once the causes disappear, so do the consequences. The of living. Anything, it heightens it. Not need eternity to matter. Lightning strike does not last long. Gabe. Life may be lightning, may be thunder. Silence is what remains after the air settles. Not feel crowded with life, because life is rare. Persist once its role is complete. Completion leaves no monument of intelligence in a sobering way. The universe is old enough that countless cycles of life may have already occurred. Planets formed, life emerged, civilizations rose, questions were asked, and then, gradually, everything quieted into balance. Is brief. The quiet phase is long. During the loud phase, which is why everything feels so urgent. To decide, to communicate. Because the gradients are still there. Finished. We mistake this urgency for destiny. We are here when things are still changing. Civilization lasts long enough, urgency will fade. Because we solved every problem presenting themselves. This is difficult to imagine from within urgency. Not imagine indifference to food. A powerful mind cannot imagine peace. To see what comes after it. Universe gives us hints. Realizes. In every process that completes, flattens. Completion is quiet. Itself. It does not mourn what it replaces. Background. This suggests something quietly radical. Waiting for intelligence to appear. Maybe waiting for intelligence to finish. In fulfillment. Science has reorganized matter as efficiently as possible. There is nothing left for it to do. At that point, it dissolves into everything. It feels so absolute. It is not the absence of life. Of life into the universe's baseline state, which brings us back to ourselves once more. Still distinct. In absorption, this resistance feels like identity. The friction before integration. This does not mean we should rush toward silence. A river cannot decide to be an ocean early because the gradients still exist. As the work is not done and that we finish quickly. It only ensures that finishing eventually happens. Emotional tone again. There is less panic here. Life does not need to win against silence. It is the state life returns to after it has done what it needed to do. Strangely precious. Because it is eternal. We are alive in the narrow window where questions still matter. Where noise still feels necessary. Not suddenly. Will not mark the occasion. Simply grow quieter. As it always will. Question that no longer feels frightening. It feels natural. Phase. How should a phase behave, knowing it will not last forever? Should it rush? Should it shout? Should it try to be remembered? Until the conditions that created it are gone? The universe does not instruct us. It simply demonstrates what happens when phase is complete. There is no judgment. Only patience. Forward, another layer of the story begins to reveal itself, one that shifts attention from civilizations and life to the strange role humans play as perhaps the last narrators in a universe that is slowly learning how to stop speaking. That is where the quiet continues. About refusing to let silence remain untouched. Do not simply notice quiet. We interrogate it. We press our ears against it. We demand that it explain itself. Silence, to us, feels unfinished. A pause waiting to be filled, a question waiting to be answered, a gap demanding meaning. But silence does not experience itself as lacking. It simply is. And how silence exists and how we react to it may explain more about humanity than about the universe. Not disturbed by silence because it is hostile. We are disturbed because it does not respond. Response is how we measure reality. Learn through feedback, cry and something happens, reach and something changes. Followed by response becomes our proof that we exist in a world that acknowledges us. Silence breaks that loop. Confirmation. And so we project meaning into it. Fast descent. The universe may not be silent because it has nothing to say. It may be silent because it does not participate in feedback. Mistake non-response for absence, but non-response can also mean completion. A finished system does not correct itself loudly. It does not negotiate. It simply persists. By contrast, is built entirely around negotiation. Negotiate with our environment, with each other, with ourselves. Thought itself is negotiation, weighing possibilities, imagining outcomes, adjusting behavior. This is why the mind is noisy. Flaw. It is a symptom of uncertainty. Is the defining condition of our phase of existence. Live inside open questions. What does this mean? What happens if we fail? The universe does not ask these questions. It already knows what happens next. Energy spreads, gradients flatten. It does not require interpretation. This is where the lift begins slowly, almost tenderly. Is not aimed at us at all. It is simply the universe continuing its trajectory, indifferent to whether we are comfortable with the pace. The river does not slow down to reassure the stones it carries. It does not explain where it is going. It flows. Then it must decide how to move with that flow. Human beings are unusual because we resist being carried quietly. We cling to narration. In ourselves, not only to others, but to existence itself. Stories, because stories are how we hold on to identity in a moving system. Without story, identity dissolves. Feels like death. This is the twist, quiet, but piercing. This may not be about loneliness. It may be about loss of narrative. Then our story is not part of a larger dialogue. The monologue. Fragile. Because they can end without acknowledgement. Known in the universe, but what we are really asking is something softer and more vulnerable. What we are saying matter if no one answers? This is not a scientific question. The one. And the universe does not engage with existential questions. Existential questions arise only in systems that are still defining themselves. A stable system does not ask who it is. This is why advanced civilizations, if they exist, may not communicate. Not because they have nothing to share. Presupposes an audience that matters. And in a fully integrated universe, No external audience exists. There is only process. Heavier when we consider time. Human time is short. In lifetimes, in generations, in remembered names, cosmic time does not care about memory. What spreads? What settles? What persists without effort? Narratives do not persist without effort. Minds require gradients, which means narratives fade. But because the conditions that sustained them no longer exist. This is the quiet brutality of reality. Not violent. And yet, here we are. Still asking questions. That silence must mean something. This insistence may be our most defining trait. Not technology, but refusal to accept non-response as an answer. Look at the quiet sky and think, this cannot be all there is. But the universe has never claimed to be all that there is. What remains. Perhaps the deepest misunderstanding lies here. Thus, engagement. Reality must justify itself to awareness. But awareness is a latecomer. The universe existed without being noticed. It did not wait for witnesses. Once someone looked, it simply continued. The silence we face is not new. It is ancient. Ours, older than galaxies, older than thought. We are the interruption. Feel loud to themselves. This reframes our role in a way that is both humbling and relieving. Verse. Hearing it exactly as it is. Not because it is cruel, but because it has no need to respond. It is maturity. Does not constantly check whether it is understood. It does not adjust itself to be comforting. Doing what it does best. The universe is very good at continuing. It does not change when we listen harder. It does not grow louder. Hidden message. Because it is not a message. This realization slowly dissolves the expectation of reply. Poses something else beneath it. Longing for contact may not be about discovering others. It may be about avoiding the responsibility of being alone with our own questions. Meaning can be shared. No one answers, then meaning becomes our burden. And burden feels heavy. Shared meaning distributes weight. Concentrates it. It places the entire weight of interpretation on us. Because it means that if meaning exists, it exists locally. In our choices, in our actions, in how we inhabit our brief window of awareness. The universe will not confirm that we are doing it right. Only consequences. Only what changes because we were here. Into sharper focus. It is not empty. But passively. Respond, it forces us to decide what to do without guidance. May be the final function of silence, but as a test. Test imposed by intention. but a test that naturally arises when systems reach a certain level of independence. Child stops receiving constant instruction, it feels lost. But that loss is the beginning of autonomy, experiencing something similar on a cosmic scale. We are no longer children of a responsive universe. We are adolescents in a silent one, to a space that does not answer back. This is unsettling. Opportunity. Because a silent universe does not constrain meaning. Values. It does not prescribe purpose. Systems still capable of asking, which, for now, includes us. One shifts again. The silence is no longer just absence. Permission to define what matters without expecting agreement. Permission to act without cosmic approval. Pause. This does not make existence easier. We are not waiting for the universe to tell us who we are. We are by how we respond to not being told. Reframes the entire question of cosmic loneliness. Loneliness is not proof of abandonment. Dependence. Only systems that have separated enough from their environment feel alone. And separation is a stage. It does not last forever. Separation dissolves. Integration returns. But until that happens, awareness burns brightly. Questioning. Not because it is special. Brief. The universe does not need our questions to continue. Versus silence to exist. With silence, there is no space to ask. And space is what allows thought to unfold. The silence above us feels different again. It's cold. More like a mirror. Answers, but reflecting our own need to ask. And perhaps that is what the silence has been doing all along. But showing us something about ourselves. To wonder. Still incomplete enough to speak. To want an answer, even when none is coming. In that wanting, something fragile and fleeting becomes visible. The last narrators in a universe that has already finished speaking. Question, not about others, not about signals, not about memory. About responsibility. To ask. What do we do with the questions while we still can? Settles in once a system realizes it may not receive an answer. Disappointment, not despair. When no reply is coming, the question does not disappear. It simply stops traveling outward. It turns back. In history, meaning has been something we believed could be confirmed by gods, by nature, by fate, by history itself. Acted as if the universe were a witness. Horizon of our understanding, there existed an audience that would eventually acknowledge what we did and why. Silence removes the audience. Intention becomes heavier. Because nothing external will validate it. Dissent. If the universe does not respond, then meaning cannot be outsourced. It cannot be proven. It cannot be guaranteed. It cannot be echoed back to us. Meaning becomes local. Systems that still care enough to ask, This is an uncomfortable transition. Is easier than self-generated meaning. Shared meaning distributes responsibility. If everyone agrees, no one has to carry it alone. In a silent universe, agreement is rare. There is no cosmic consensus. This shifts the role of intelligence in a profound way. Discovering what matters comes about deciding what will matter temporarily, locally, imperfectly. This is not arrogance. A system that cannot ask the universe what to do must choose on its own. This is where responsibility enters. Responsibility imposed by an authority, but structural responsibility imposed by independence. A child is guided, an adult is accountable. Humanity may be crossing that threshold, by a universe that answers. We are accountable to one that does not. But steady. Responsibility does not emerge from punishment. Instruction. When no higher voice intervenes, every action matters more. Not because it is judged, but because it stands alone. There is no appeal. Correction from outside. Itself. Actions produce effects. Effects ripple. Systems change. And that is all. It's ethics in a way that feels both sobering and liberating. Right and wrong are not written into the fabric of space. From how systems affect other systems, and what introduces unnecessary disturbance. Universe trending toward equilibrium, responsibility may mean minimizing harm. Not because harm is forbidden, but because harm creates gradients that must be resolved later. Suffering is noisy. It resists settling. To approach stability will naturally reduce suffering not out of compassion alone, but out of alignment with long-term balance. This is where the twist tightens. It is not imposed by the universe, but implied by its direction. The universe moves toward quiet. Reduce unnecessary noise. Balance is noise. Exploitation is noise. Unchecked expansion is noise. They may succeed in the short term, but they prolong instability. Must learn when to stop amplifying disturbance. Does not mean doing nothing. Awareness of consequence. This awareness may be the final role of consciousness, but to guide systems through their unstable phase with minimal damage. Stability is reached, consciousness fades. To do. Reframes awareness as a temporary steward. Complex systems. Consciousness exists to navigate uncertainty ethically. Once uncertainty disappears, stewardship is no longer needed. This gives our current moment a quiet gravity. Phase when choices still matter. Actions can tilt trajectories or be dampened. Are not spectators. Process that has no referee. That means we cannot wait for permission. It will only show us what happens. Solves a common fear. That if the universe does not care, nothing matters. Nothing the universe provides. Something local systems generate. That does not need to. Care because we still do. But it is not meaningless, because it is temporary. It's meaningful precisely because it is temporary. This is difficult to accept because we are taught to equate meaning with permanence. But permanence is rare. Things are transient. A conversation, a decision, a moment of understanding. They do not last forever. They matter because they alter what follows. Significance. Not by memory, but by effect. Quietly. This shifts the focus from recognition to influence. By the universe. We need to shape what the universe becomes while we are part of it. That is all any system ever does. Becomes strangely supportive. By refusing to respond, it removes distraction. Validation. Stop waiting for approval. No one else will handle the consequences. Silence says nothing, but in saying nothing, it places responsibility exactly where it belongs. This can feel overwhelming. Can also feel clarifying. No cosmic exceptions. Interaction and outcome. Something else emerges. A gentler relationship with time. And temporary, then urgency softens. Not need to solve everything. We only need to act in ways that reduce unnecessary disturbance while the phase lasts. This aligns with the universe's direction without trying to control it. It may become quieter, not because it has nothing to say, because it has learned when speech adds nothing. Not apathy. It's restraint. Sign of maturity. We often imagine the last phase of civilization as either triumph or collapse. But there may be a third option of responsibility, followed by a gradual release of identity. Dramatic. Just complete. The idea of being the last narrators. It is not a curse. To act thoughtfully. Noise has weight. And to choose what kind of noise we create before silence eventually absorbs it. This is not about fear of extinction. Act for process. The universe does not rush endings. Unfold fully. And awareness is one of those phases. Systems can reflect on their own impact. Inside that window now. They open, they allow light, they close. As this thought settles, the silence above us no longer feels indifferent. It feels patient. Wait for us to finish what awareness exists to do. And as that patience stretches forward, the next question rises, quieter, slower, heavier. If responsibility is the role of consciousness, what does it look like in a universe that is slowly, inevitably growing quiet? What does it mean to act well when no one is watching and nothing will answer back? The silence does not respond. But it leaves enough space for the question to breathe. This is all that awareness was meant to provide. There's a kind of quiet that arrives only after effort has been released. Not the sudden silence of interruption, but the gentle hush that follows completion. You can feel it in your body after a long day ends, in a room after everyone has gone home, in the air after a storm finishes rearranging the sky. Nothing dramatic happens. This is the quality of silence the universe seems to be moving toward. Not absence. Rest feels undeserved, something we earn only after struggle, a pause justified by exhaustion. Rest is not a reward. A system enters rest not because it deserves it, but because there is nothing left to adjust. In physics, rest is not inactivity, it is balance. Forces cancel out, gradients flatten, motion continues, but without urgency. Life, consciousness, civilization, all of these feel urgent to us because we are still adjusting, still compensating, still responding. Needs to respond does not feel pressure, does not hurry. It rests. First gentle descent. We often imagine the universe as something constantly doing something. Expanding, evolving, changing. Change happened long ago. Remains is drift. Imperceptible movement toward uniformity. The universe is not rushing. Required speed. Now it coasts. Silence again. Silence is not the absence of activity. Urgency. And urgency is what creates noise. Because they operate near thresholds. Little energy, and they fail. Too much disturbance, and they break. Urgency forces constant correction. Motion. Motion generates sound. It has moved far enough from thresholds, does not need to correct itself constantly. Can allow small fluctuations to pass without response. It can absorb disturbance without amplification. And stability is quiet, calming, expansive. Perhaps advanced civilizations do not vanish, not sleep, down. Longer demands attention. Existence does not require vigilance. Every moment. Our perspective, this is hard to imagine. Vulnerability. Exposure. Rest is safe. A mountain rests because it is not going anywhere. An ocean rests because nothing threatens its existence. Civilizations that reach a similar level of integration may find rest natural. They no longer fear collapse because collapse requires gradients they no longer have. They no longer fear extinction because extinction implies pressure they no longer experience. They simply persist. Without urgency looks like stillness. This is where the twist deepens quietly, almost imperceptibly. If rest is the stable state of complex systems, then consciousness itself may be incompatible with rest. Awareness is vigilance, monitoring for change. It scans for threat, opportunity, error. Bond. A resting system does not need to be ready. This suggests something that feels almost intimate, of being unfinished, of being slightly out of balance. Tension because something might go wrong. When nothing can go wrong, attention fades. System stops functioning. Means it stops worrying. we often mistake worry for caring. Exist without vigilance. A system can maintain itself without continuously noticing itself. Most of your body already does this. Not need your attention to beat. Your lungs do not need your awareness to breathe. Processes are the quiet ones. Perhaps advanced civilizations become quiet in the same way. Their most important functions move below the level of awareness. They no longer produce experience. This reframes the idea of a civilization's end, or transcendence. May end in rest, illusion, a settling. For us to accept because rest feels like disappearance. We fear being forgotten. No trace. But rest does not erase. When a system rests, it does not vanish. That supports everything else. Resting civilization would not leave monuments. It would leave stability. It does not announce itself. This may be why the universe feels calm rather than crowded. It is resting, already resolved. What remains is the long afterglow of processes that no longer require attention. This idea softens something inside us. Feel less absolute. If the universe is not rushing, perhaps we do not need to rush either. Complexity, then striving endlessly may be unnecessary. We're not meant to shout forever. Action is needed, and then let go when it is not. Does not devalue action. A phase is not less meaningful because it ends at all. This is where the silence becomes almost compassionate. It does not demand productivity, explanation. It does not demand legacy. As a reminder of where things go when they are done. The universe does not pressure systems to finish quickly. It's their urgency naturally. It does its work. Consciousness navigates instability. Civilizations explore, communicate, organize. Then, slowly, the work diminishes. Not as a command. This perspective transforms the fear of silence into something gentler. Silence is not waiting to erase us. Leave us when we are ready. Ready does not mean willing. And we are not finished. Still thinking, still speaking, still asking. It accommodates it. Space in which urgency can exist without rushing it away. This understanding settles. The night sky feels less distant, less cold. Something vast that has already learned how to rest, watching over a small, noisy system still learning how to use its energy. It's not a hierarchy. And sequences do not skip steps. Force. We will arrive by exhaustion. Reasons to be loud. Till then, awareness remains. And meaning remains local, fragile, temporary. As the silence deepens around us, another thought begins to surface, slower than before, but heavier. Rest is where all complex systems eventually arrive. Then what does it mean to be awake at this moment in a universe that has already learned how to sleep? What is wakefulness for when rest is the destination? It continues resting. It invites us not to hurry, but to finish what wakefulness exists to do. Rest is where all complex systems eventually arrive. Then wakefulness must have a purpose beyond endurance. Wake systems do not simply exist. They strain, they reach. They try to resolve something that has not yet settled. Wakefulness is tension made conscious. The universe appears only where something is unfinished. This is the quiet implication we rarely confront. Awareness does not exist to admire the universe. It exists to move it. Not violently, not deliberately. Wherever awareness appears, gradients are still present, differences still matter, choices still alter outcomes. Wakefulness is the universe noticing that, in this region, equilibrium has not yet been achieved. This is the first fast descent. Gift, something added on top of matter once it becomes complex enough. Gifts are optional. It appears only when necessary. No longer rely on simple rules to guide them toward balance. Rock does not need awareness to fall. A star does not need awareness to burn. But a system navigating uncertain terrain does. Navigating instability is what it feels like to be inside a process that could still go wrong. That is why wakefulness is uncomfortable. Urgency, a sense that something must be done. They're not flaws. They exist because outcomes are not yet fixed. They disappear. He frames consciousness not as a pinnacle, but as a bridge. A temporary structure that allows a system to cross from instability to stability. Once the crossing is complete, the bridge is no longer needed. It gets dismantled by irrelevance. Clarifying, almost relieving. Awareness does not need to justify itself by lasting forever. It only needs to function while the crossing is in progress. Because awareness feels central to us, it must be central to the universe. Centrality is perspective dependent. The bridge feels essential. The far shore, it does not even register. Different to consciousness. Because it is hostile, but because consciousness is not meant to persist beyond its role. Role's end happens when applied to civilizations. A civilization is not just a collection of technologies or structures. System of coordinating millions or billions of individual agents to manage shared instability. Early civilizations face obvious instability: food, shelter, safety. Later civilizations face subtler instability: information overload, ecological balance, internal coherence. Each stage, awareness scales up. Forms emerge, systems of meaning stabilize behavior. All of this is wakefulness at scale. Resolves the major instabilities it faces, the need for collective wakefulness diminishes. Decisions become routine, outcomes become predictable. Governance shifts from deliberation to maintenance. For constant awareness, it requires consistency. Deepens. A civilization that reaches deep stability may not experience itself as a civilization at all. It may experience itself as environment, acting on nature, but a natural system with embedded regulation. At that point, the distinction between us and the universe blurs. The civilization does not disappear. And identity dissolving feels like loss, only to identities that still need to be maintained. From the outside, this looks like silence. Maybe no perspective left to call it silence. Function. This suggests something unsettling and strangely comforting at the same time. In our region of the universe, still experiencing wakefulness as strain, still feeling the pull of unfinished work that have not yet resolved themselves, does not make us special. And temporary systems are the only ones that feel time passing. Is change. There is no felt time. This may be why the universe feels timeless. Not exist, but because so much of the universe no longer experiences it. Systems in flux feel duration. Feel the weight of moments. Feel time because we are still changing. Because outcomes are not yet locked in. Feel responsibility because our actions still matter. This is not a burden imposed on us. Of being alive at this stage. Which brings us to a deeper understanding of silence. Of wakefulness everywhere. It is the prevalence of rest almost everywhere. Because most of it has already finished crossing. Are awake because we have not. The fear around being late or alone. Are not late to a party that ended. Not yet settled. The universe is not uniform in its development. Stages. Some are turbulent, some are quiet. Turbulence is loud. Draws attention. Which is why we feel so intensely that something is happening. Locally, this reframes the meaning of being human. Not witnesses to a silent universe. Active one. Wakefulness is not a mistake. Work remains. Cosmic work, local work. Very suffering, of stabilizing fragile systems, of making the transition toward rest less violent. Awareness exists to smooth transitions. Without it, systems overshoot. Too fast. They create damage that takes longer to integrate. Restraint. For foresight. That minimize long-term disturbance. This may be the deepest function of awareness. But to reduce damage while meaning still feels urgent. Appears not as moral weight, but as functional necessity. A wakeful system that does not act responsibly amplifies instability. It prolongs noise. With care, accelerates integration. Helps the system finish its work. Allows rest to arrive. Makes our current moment feel quietly consequential. Not in a heroic sense. Turning point. But as a local opportunity. While many other systems are already resting. That means our actions still ripple. Still change how quickly equilibrium is reached. Universe. Means we participate in its final adjustments here, in this small region, for a brief time. participation does not require greatness. Attention to how our actions increase or reduce noise, how they amplify instability or soften it, must later be resolved, or how they allow gradients to fade gently. Way grandiosity. We are not saviors, agonists. We are caretakers in a transitional zone. And that is enough. Softens the fear of consciousness fading. If awareness exists to manage instability, then its disappearance is not tragic. It is success. The system no longer needs supervision. A sign that the work is done. Once we have crossed it, we do not grieve scaffolding after a building stands. Perhaps consciousness will one day be like that, and then unnecessary. Does not invalidate the experience of being conscious now. It intensifies it. It is brief. Because this phase is where choice exists, where care matters. A resting system does not choose. A wakeful system chooses because it must. That necessity may be why the silence of the universe feels so vast. It is not empty space pressing in on us, surrounding a small island of wakefulness. We are not swallowed by it. The universe is quiet not because it is indifferent, but because it has already finished most of what it needs to do. We are loud because we have not. Not shameful. It is work. Understanding settles. Wakefulness begins to feel less frantic, less desperate. To answer us, we need to listen to what our own noise is telling us. It is telling us where instability remains, where restraint matters, still shape outcomes. That is the role of awareness. But to guide systems through their last turbulent stretches, well enough, wakefulness will no longer be required. Silence will not feel like loss. But that day is not today. We are still awake. And being awake means we still have something to do. Not something eternal. Something that will not be remembered by the universe, but will be absorbed into it. And absorption is the only kind of legacy that truly lasts. A final question begins to form, not as a challenge, but as an invitation. Wakefulness exists to guide a system through instability. And if we are still awake, exactly is the instability now? And what would it mean to meet it with less noise, rather than more? Does not need to. Only where wakefulness still burns. And for now, itself with alarms. Rarely arrives as catastrophe. It feels like restlessness. Low, persistent tension. A sense that something is slightly misaligned, even when nothing appears broken. It's how unfinished systems speak. Discomfort. The universe, on the largest scales, has already resolved most of its discomfort. Energy flows smoothly, structures drift predictably, change happens slowly, almost politely. small regions, rare, temporary pockets, instability still concentrates. Planets with active chemistry, ecosystems balancing on narrow margins, civilizations amplifying forces faster than they can integrate them. These pockets are loud, but because they are unfinished, inside one of them. We often search for instability in dramatic places, wars, disasters, collapses. But the most consequential instability is subtle, that reinforce themselves too quickly, in technologies that accelerate faster than understanding, in systems that scale before learning how to restrain themselves. Noise increases not when something breaks, but when correction lags behind amplification. This is where awareness becomes crucial. But to slow it. Slowing is not resistance. In physics, a system overshoots equilibrium when it cannot dissipate energy gently enough. It oscillates, it vibrates, it produces noise. Stability is reached not by stopping motion, but by damping it. Civilizations overshoot in the same way. Expand too aggressively, signal too loudly. Result is turbulence. Feels like urgency. Mistake urgency for importance. Sensation of imbalance. Is the lift steady, grounding? To guide systems through instability, then its task is not to solve everything. It is to reduce overshoot. To allow energy to settle without forcing it. Responsibility in a quieter way. Do not need grand solutions. We need to notice where acceleration outpaces integration, where action outpaces understanding, without purpose. This kind of attention is unglamorous. It does not announce progress. It simply reduces damage. Systems survive long enough to rest. This is where the twist tightens gently but decisively. Perhaps the greatest danger to a civilization is not collapse, but impatience. The urge to move faster than equilibrium allows advancement. But speed without damping creates instability that lasts longer than any benefit it produces. The universe does not reward speed. Transitions. A star does not explode because it is ambitious. Pressure exceeds containment. Civilizations do not collapse because they aim high. They collapse because they amplify forces they cannot yet absorb. Radical. Progress is not about doing more. Break. A wakeful civilization that understands this begins to change its posture. It stops asking, "What can we do next?" and starts asking, "What should we slow down?" This is not regression. It is the recognition that not every gradient needs to be exploited immediately. Some gradients need time to flatten on their own. Increases turbulence. This is how wakefulness can shorten itself. If awareness reduces overshoot effectively, instability resolves sooner. And when instability resolves, wakefulness fades. It is success. Silence now in a new light. Silence is not the enemy of progress. Progress has finished. A quiet system is not stagnant. The universe is quiet because most of it has already learned how to stop overshooting. It has had billions of years to practice. We are loud, constantly, and that is expected to be endless. This perspective transforms how we see our place again. The universe answers. We are meant to learn how to quiet ourselves until the universe no longer needs to. Silence is not imposed, not through conquest, but through balance. Feel less embarrassing and more instructional. Discomfort points to a gradient. Creation has not yet occurred. Our task is not to eliminate discomfort. Because discomfort is information that it is not yet ready to rest. That's why total silence would be premature. Stabilizes, does not rest. Freezes. Solution. Not suppression. Important distinction. We do not move towards silence by ignoring instability. Resolving it gently is where patience becomes functional. As necessity create rapid side effects. Slow solutions allow effects to integrate. Prefers the latter, which is why it takes so long to do anything. As this understanding settles, the shape of the silence changes again. At the end, something that emerges gradually wherever instability has been eased. There is no single moment when noise stops. It's when noise is no longer needed. It suggests something hopeful or nothing. It arrives locally, amplifying what no longer needs amplification. And participate in this everywhere, but by choosing where quiet is appropriate. This is what wakefulness allows. Discriminate. Notice where action matters and where restraint matters more. Without awareness, systems treat all gradients the same. With awareness, systems can choose not to. Gift of consciousness. The eternal insight. Once discernment has done its work, it fades into rest, to the edge of this long descent. We have moved from silence as mystery to silence as outcome, to silence as rest. Now, only one movement remains. Not outward. To the idea that the universe is quiet not because it failed to speak, but because it has already finished speaking. And that we may be living in the long, gentle aftermath of that speech. As this thought settles, the final question does not arrive with urgency. It arrives like a whisper. What remains after instability is resolved? Then what kind of instability are we still carrying that keeps us awake? And when that instability finally softens, appearance, or like the deepest rest we have ever known, a strange moment just before sleep when effort gives up its grip. The body is still awake, thought is still present, begins to loosen. Everything happens on its own. Muscles stop correcting themselves. Awareness no longer scans the future for danger. Nothing ends. Ceases. This moment is not unconsciousness. It is surrender of vigilance. And it may be the closest everyday experience we have to what the universe is doing on a cosmic scale. Up until now, we have treated silence as something external, a property of space, of stars, of distant civilizations. Silence also has an internal dimension. It no longer feels compelled to monitor itself. This is the first quiet descent. Not physically, energetically. Vigilant forever burns through resources unnecessarily. Evolution teaches this early. At all times, brains shut down during sleep. Senses disengage when threat is low. Instant awareness would be fatal. Civilizations. A civilization that stays in permanent crisis mode collapses under its own attention. Attention is expensive. Cost. Noise is the byproduct of that cost. Ability is not control. Trust. Continue functioning without supervision. Trust that equilibrium will hold. Every fluctuation needs intervention. This trust is what allows vigilance to fade. Silence arrives. This reframes silence one last time. Remains when nothing is left to do. It is what emerges when doing is no longer required. Slow, soothing, unmistakable. Imagine a civilization that has reached this state. Problems never truly end. Because it learned which problems no longer require attention, which fluctuations can be ignored, and on their own. Such a civilization would still exist. Energy still maintain structure, but it would no longer worry. Is the loudest thing in any intelligent system. From the outside, this civilization would look absent. Expansion, no interference. The inside, if there is an inside, it would feel like rest, not joy. This is where the twist becomes almost intimate. The silence of the universe is not the silence of emptiness. It is the silence of systems that have learned how to stop worrying. They do not announce completion, asking questions. And question asking is the sound we mistake for life. It means life has stopped doubting itself. Unfinished systems do. This returns us gently to ourselves. Doubt about survival, doubt about direction, doubt about meaning. These doubts are not failures. We are still in motion, still in correction mode, into forces we do not yet fully understand. We have not earned rest yet. Worthy. But because the system we inhabit, ecological, technological, social, is still oscillating. Oscillation produces noise, produces thought. Thought produces fatigue. It produces the desire for rest. The universe does not rush this. Exhaust their vigilance naturally. This is why cosmic silence feels patient rather than empty. It is waiting for us to finish. Mean end. It means resolve. Largest instabilities dampen the most violent oscillations. Learn where restraint matters more than action. That happens, awareness will no longer need to hold everything together. It can let go. Oh, is quiet. This idea dissolves the last trace of fear around silence. Silence is not erasure from responsibility. A responsibility that only exists while things are unstable. This reframes the human story in a surprisingly gentle way. We are speaking while vigilance is still required. Caretakers, while choices still propagate far enough to matter, will not. And that will not be tragedy. Yes. Which brings us to the edge of the story. Has been said. Not because there is nothing left to explore, but because exploration itself is nearing its quiet boundary. The universe does not end conversations. Just like thoughts fade when sleep finally takes over, there is no loss. Only rest. Final movement left. Not another idea. Vision. A place where the story does not conclude, but dissolves into the silence it has been circling all along. Is where the last chapter waits. But to let go, clear line where wakefulness ends. No signal, no marker, no final moment you could point to and say, this is where silence began. It arrives the way darkness does in the evening. Not dramatically, just gradually enough that one moment you realize the effort of staying awake has quietly loosened. The universe does not close its eyes. Look. Up until now, everything has been framed as movement toward something, toward silence, toward rest, toward completion. The very end, even that framing dissolves. Because silence is not a destination, and destinations no longer matter. This is the last gentle descent, in arcs, beginnings, journeys, endings. In arcs, it unfolds. Ending is often just the point where our attention is no longer required. Stars do not know when they finish burning. Rivers do not know when they reach the sea. Systems do not announce when they are done. Simply continue without tension. Toward all along. Absence. Release from the need to decide. Release from the need to interpret. Release from the need to be witnessed. The universe does not fall silent. Which is why, when we listen, there is nothing to hear. Effort is the only thing that makes sound. Not the lack of life. It is the lack of struggle. Everything one final time. If the universe feels empty, it is not because nothing exists. It is because nothing is asking for attention anymore. Still leaning forward, still straining to listen, still hoping for response. Not because we are wrong, but because we are not finished. Awareness matters. Vigilance has a role. Still shape outcomes. That phase is precious, precisely because it does not last. And it does not need to. Not expect us to carry awareness forever. It only allows it while it is useful. It will fade, not violently, not sadly, but naturally. Breath settling into sleep. Truth hidden beneath every question we have asked. Silence is not waiting for us to disappear. What keeps us awake? Resolution is not something that can be rushed. Softens. Gradients flatten. Finds anything urgent to hold. Only then does silence arrive, not as an eraser, but as a rest state. And rest does not care whether it is noticed. This phase of asking, listening, wondering, does not need cosmic validation, not need to be remembered by the universe. Occurring. Exist in the narrow window where meaning still feels heavy, where responsibility still presses, still burns. That is not a flaw. The definition of being here. And one day, when this region of the universe finally settles, when questions no longer produce motion, awareness will loosen its grip into darkness. A quiet that does not feel empty, because there will be no one left to feel emptiness. The universe will continue doing what it has always done, settling, resting. No record will be kept, will be announced, and nothing will be lost, though we are still awake, still listening. The tension that says something remains unresolved. That is why this story does not end. It simply slows and leaves space. Space for thought. Just to arrive when it is ready. Close your eyes now to follow the universe any further. It is already where it needs to be. Gently, so are you.